You need to put that.
Test. Test again. Test. Test. One more test. That's a little better. Testing the Strongman mic from the far side of the stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the Pittsburgh Power and Fitness Festival, just a couple minutes, we're going to get started with America's Strongest Man. You can't miss the giant banners over here on the side. 10 of the strongest athletes from across the entire United States are going to get started head-to-head. Get your free samples, get your energy drinks, come on over. Whatever they're giving out this morning, chug a bunch of it and head on over. If you are joining us from the live stream, first off, welcome. We're trying something a little bit different here. We've got live announcements going on in the convention center. We're piping the audio through to the live stream. So first off, good morning. If you're joining us from the East Coast, start your second cup of coffee. If you're joining us from the West Coast, wake up. It's time for America's Strongest Man, 80 kilo and 64 kilo. We have our athletes working through their warm-up sets for our first event here. Once again, this is 2026 America's Strongest Man and Woman. The 80 kilo class for our men, our 64 kilo class for our women. We're about to get started on our first event here at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. A beautiful day in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
It's only 10 competitors. So the weight's going to go up, and back down. Up, it's like a power thing.
We are inside, but we can see a bit of it.
You tell me when you want me to clear everyone off.
All right, athletes, this is your final call for any warm-ups. We're going to get the field cleared out. We're going to do some athlete introductions. We're going to get started with your first events here. If you are joining us on the live stream, we're competing for audio with a couple different booths around us. So we want to be cognizant of those folks. Won't be yapping too much, but we got the call all day. All right, folks, that is a fitting start to our competition here. America's Strongest Man about to get underway. We are going to start with some athlete introductions. We're going to meet the men and women that are going to be entertaining you today. 10 of the strongest in their weight class from across the country are going to throw down in 5 events today. So let's get them lined up. We're going to bring them out here, starting with the men. We're going to go with the order of the attempts that they are taking on our first event here. All right, first and foremost, we are starting with our men's 80 kilo division. Our men's 80 kilo division, representing the state of Rhode Island. Rhode Island, we've got Alexander Moy. Coming from Florida, yes folks, this is in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Coming all the way from Florida, we have Steve Coyne. Over just a little bit from Virginia, we've got Bobby Stanley. Coming from this home state looking to represent, we've got Cody Abel. All right, coming up from North Carolina, we've got Jake Reese. Over from Iowa, we've got Mason Cupp. And last but not least, rounding out our men's 80 kilo division, coming all the way from California, we have got Aaron Talavera. Let's give him a hand, folks. Guys, if you are coming from the convention center, stop by America's Strongest Man. You're about to see the strongest men in this weight class throw down for a couple hours here for you. Let's hear it for them. All right, thanks, guys. Representing the other side of this competition, the 64 kilo class women, you are going to see some absolutely insane stuff coming out of these folks. First and foremost, coming up from South Carolina, we've got Tiffany Martino. And next we've got from Massachusetts, Megan Muskian. And then rounding out our women's 64 kilo class, we've got from Idaho, Carly Oliveira. Let's hear it for them, folks. We're going to see some insane feats of strength today coming from both these classes. Stay tuned on the live stream. Stop by the giant Strongman Corporation, America's Strongest Man banners. Can't miss them. Over here in the corner. Got a lot of feats of strength on display here, but the most entertaining is going to come from this corner here. We're going to give our athletes just a couple minutes to get reset. Our first event coming up, a classic. A Strongman classic. We are going for a max log clean and press. If you're coming from powerlifting, if you're coming from Olympic weightlifting, a log is a very thick and heavy implement that you have to take from the floor, get it up to the chest, and press it overhead. Seems pretty simple in execution. If you ask these athletes, it is not that easy, but they're going to make it look easy for you. Our athletes have 3 attempts to get the absolute heaviest weight overhead that they can. We're going to get this all started here with our 64 kilo women first. We've got the max log clean and press, and we're starting with 120 pounds already on the bar. Folks, this is basically body weight starting for these women. Tiffany Martino is going to be first up. Everybody's going to get to see what the log clean and press is all about. Tiffany Martino kicking off the day for us, the 64 kilo class log clean and press. All right, let's hear it for Tiffany. First successful lift in the books, and we are underway. We're going to keep the calls pretty tame because we want to make sure these athletes can hear the judges, they can hear their expediters. But next attempt, We are moving up to 160. Got 2 athletes attempting this weight. 160 pounds already over body weight for these folks. If you're here in person, it's an awkward log. Our athletes are getting strapped up, chalked up. We are ready for Megan Muskian. With her first attempt at 160 pounds.
Reset. Take your time. Go, come on.
Let's give her a little support, crowd. I know it's early. Come on.
Come on, legs.
160 pounds going up.
Take your time. Go back to that same way, right? For the second attempt.
Let's hear it for Megan. If you're watching on the live stream, we get more attempts from Megan. Got 3 attempts. Same weight. We've got Carly Oliveira. 160 pounds on the log. Clean and press, folks. Let's hear it for Carly, 160 pounds overhead, and don't forget this is the first attempt going out. We are on to second attempts. We're going to start to see some of our male athletes here, our 80-kilo men. Loading up 150 pounds on the log, we've got Alexander Moy coming out for his first attempt. Kicking things off for the 80-kilo men. And we're getting some strict press out of Alexander. Awesome work. I was told that not too recently, Alex broke his leg, so here to be here, even in the first place, fantastic. We're going to keep it moving down the list. We're going up to 230 pounds. For our 80-kilo men, we are already well over body weight, and we're going to press it overhead for our opening attempts. Kicking us off, we've got Steve Coyne. Rocking flaming hot shoes. Let's see it from Steve. That's going to be a good lift from Steve. 230 pounds going up. If you're watching at home, if you're watching in the crowd rather, what our judges are looking for is a strict lockout. No movement, stable shoulders, control of the log overhead. Then and only then do you get a down command and a good rep. Very important for athletes to keep their eyes on the judge. You do not want to get no repped when you have over 200 pounds over your head. All right, we are moving up to 240 pounds. Moving on to Bobby Stanley. And a great example of a lockout for Bobby Stanley. We're moving up slightly to 250 pounds. I want to quickly shout out the volunteers that are helping put on this event today. Some of them have been here all weekend, loading plates, flipping numbers, pulling mats around. This is strenuous work. Thank you for giving up your weekends to help us put this on. Moving up to 260 pounds. $250 pounds. We've got Cody Abel. Keep in mind, folks, these are openers for our men. 250 pounds, well above their body weight, pressing overhead. Oh, at 250 pounds, looking like a warm-up for Cody. We are on the board. Now we're moving up to 260 pounds for Jake Reese. Folks, if you're walking by in the convention center, you're curious what the heck is going on. This is Strongman. This is America's strongest man. 80-kilo men currently lifting a log clean and press. 260 pounds, we've got Jake Reese. Jake Reese with a successful 260. We're going to move on up to 270 pounds for Mason Cobb. Oh, and after a great fight, 270 pounds on the board for Mason. We're going to round out our first attempts here with the men on our log clean and press with Aaron Talavera. 280 pounds for first attempts. Awesome first attempt. Let's hear for Aaron. 280 pounds, the heaviest first attempt here for our 80-kilo men. Keep in mind, folks, if you're asking, why is it taking so long to get a down command? We need to make sure these athletes are stable and locked out and have the log under control. We want them to feel good about every rep. These are some high-stakes lifts. We are getting our log reset for our next attempts in our women's 64 kilo class. Tiffany Martino is going to be our first log clean and presser with 130 pounds on the log. £130, good for Tiffany. We are now going to bring out Megan for her second attempt. 160 pounds. Be loaded up on the log here. £160. Let's get some points on the board here for Megan. Our athletes have 60 seconds. Got one more attempt. Just to give it a sense of scale, 160 pounds is already a ton of weight. But the way it's dispersed on this log, this implement, is an awkwardly distributed but evenly distributed metal cylinder. If you've never pressed one, head over to your local Strongman gym. Give it a shot. You'll see why this is so impressive. Carly Oliveira for her 170-pound attempt. Awesome. Let's hear it for Carly. Explosive clean up to the front rack position, utilizing a split jerk to get it overhead. Our athletes can use whatever pressing style they want, as long as it's locked out, as long as it's stable overhead, the feet come back together. You're going to see a lot of different styles. There is no one right way to do it. There's just one best way for each athlete. So we are cracking 200 on the log. Heading back to our 80 kilo men division, we've got Alexander Moy. Nice clean to the front rack. This is stable lockout. Awesome. 200 pounds up for Alex. Bumping up to 240 pounds like a well-oiled machine here. Our second attempts for 80 kilo men's class. It's roughly 176 pounds at time of weigh-in. 240 pounds going to log for Steve Coyne.
Can you see that flip book on the live stream? Can you see the flip book on the live stream? Oh.
And 40 pounds. A very stable clean up to the front rack and a good press. 240 for Steve Coyne. We're going to keep creeping up. 260 pounds going on the log here. Bobby Stanley is going to be our next representative. It's hard not to get hyped up here. We've got bodybuilding going on to our right. We've got powerlifting to our left. I'm biased, but the most action you're going to see is right here on the Strongman stage. America's Strongest Man. Bobby Stanley coming out for 260 pounds.
Bobby!
260 pounds. Let's help him out, guys.
Come on!
All right. What a grind. 260 pounds is good for Bobby Stanley. Let's keep that going. 260 pounds. We've got Cody Abel coming out.
Come on, Cody!
Let's help him out, folks. 260 pounds on the log.
Come on!
That's a log clean and press, folks. 260 pounds, good for Cody Abel. About halfway through our second attempts here, folks, we're going to see some numbers move. 280 pounds now on the log, and they're closer to that 3 number. Mason Cup going to be attempting 280 pounds. Oh, and the second lift, better than the first. Belt unclipped, doesn't matter. 280 pounds overhead for Mason Cup. Creeping up a little bit more, 290 pounds on the log. We've got Jake Reese. I got a 290 pounds from Jake. Our athletes are starting to look like the color of their supportive gear here. You know it's heavy. Rounding out our second wave here. That is a 3. A 3 in the first digit place. 300 pounds on the log for Aaron Talavera. To give it a sense of scale, 80 kilo, about 176 pounds. We are approaching double body weight. Let's help him out. 300 pounds for Aaron.
Let's go, Aaron! Yours! Come on, take it!
Our athletes have about 60 seconds. This is going to be the heaviest log on the day so far. I know it's early. Let's give them a little bit of energy here. 300 pounds.
Come on, Aaron!
right, 300 pounds. A good lift for Aaron Talavera. And we're in the second round, folks. Gonna get started with our third round of attempts. Gonna finish off 64 kilo women's class. We're gonna see our last attempt from Tiffany Martino, 140 pounds getting loaded up on the bar. $140 pounds for our third attempts, starting with Tiffany. Let's hear for Tiffany. Great showing on our first event here. If you're coming over from the powerlifting side, this first event is pretty similar. You got 3 attempts, as much weight as possible. So our third attempts, our athletes are generally picking weights that they've either only hit once or are aspiring to hit for a PR. Or more. So let's see if we can get behind Megan here. We've got 160 pounds on the bar for the third and final attempt.
Lock in, come on. Come on, lock in. Here we go, come on. Thanks.
Oh, yeah! 160 pounds. Walking off like she was due some revenge. 160 pounds, awesome work from Megan. And we are just getting started, folks. This is event number 1 of America's Strongest Man. Our 80 kilo men and our 64 kilo women represented on the stage here, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. A beautiful day for Strongman. Carly Oliveira is opting not to take her third attempt to conserve some energy. 170 pounds already banked for her. So we are getting started with our 80 kilo men. We're up to 260 pounds on the log for Steve Coyne. Let's hear it for Steve. 260 pounds. If you've not competed in Strongman, if you've never touched a log, that's 260 pounds of dead weight sitting on your chest, crushing your lungs, taxing every stabilizer your body has. So let's put 10 more on it, huh? 270 pounds. We've got Bobby Stanley coming out for his third and final attempt. We had a good lockout at 260 for Bobby in the last round. Let's see if we can get a couple more points on the board. 270 pounds. Come on, folks, help him out. 270. just not there today. 270, nothing to sneeze at. It's a heavy log, that is a dense log. Got another one going at 270, Cody Abel. Let's see this weight move. His third and final attempt. Let's hear it for Cody, 270 on the log. Eluding our third wave of athletes here. So let's see how 290 goes. 290, got our third and final attempt for Mason Cup. Mason almost there with a split jerk at 290. He's got time. Let's see if we can catch it. Technique looks good. Things look crisp. Split jerk is a highly technical move for the log. Let's see him hit it. 290. Oh, and there it is. Let's see him lock it out. All right, 290. 290 pounds for Mason Cup. Great showing on the first event. Why not have a couple more? 300 pounds. We've had one successful 300-pound log attempt so far. Jake Reese looking to match that. £300 on the log. Oh my goodness. That third attempt looking cleaner than the second. Awesome. Awesome work at 300 pounds for Jake Reese. And you know what that means? We've got one more competitor coming out, Aaron Talavera. 325 pounds. I am told this is a world record attempt. A world record attempt in our 80 kilo men's class. If you're grabbing some kind of snack bar or some energy drink, come over to the Strongman stage. 325 pounds. A world record log clean and press attempt for the event win for the world record. Folks in the audience, what you're seeing right now is an official weigh-in of the implement. For all record attempts, we want to make sure this is official. We want to make sure that our athletes earn every pound that they are pressing overhead. On the scale, we've got 325.4 pounds, meaning this is an official world record attempt. Get your chicken fingers, get your pulled pork sandwiches, come on over. 325.4 pounds on the log for Aaron Talavera out of California. $325. All right, folks, let's jump on here. This is a world record log attempt. Aaron Talavera coming out of California. We saw him hit 300 pounds. Let's see if we can max that sucker out.
Go. Go.
He's got plenty of time. Not looking like it's there today, but already an impressive 300 pounds on the log for Aaron. Does not seem to be that far off. If you put your phones away, get them back out. We are going for another world record attempt. We've got Jake Reese, able to take a fourth attempt in Strongman Corporation. If you are attempting a world record, you get another shot. 325.4 pounds for the event win and the world record. Let's hear it for Jake Reese.
Let's go, Jake! Come on!
Let's hear it for Jake. Almost got that clean to the front rack. 325 pounds. That record's safe for another day. All right, folks, that is going to do it for event number 1 here at America's Strongest Man and Woman. Our log clean and press. Seeing some awesome results already. Day's just getting started. We've got 5 events total. Next event that we've got is a deadlift for reps. Our volunteers are going to reset the stage. We're going to get the other implements out. And we're getting right back to the action. Don't go too far.
Yesterday was kind of like a local, like Pittsburgh Strongest Man. This is America's Strongest Man. So I think these are actual pros. Okay. So you have to qualify to get. That's what you're doing. Yeah, thanks. Yep, no problem. I think we can lift it up.
All right, welcome back to America's Strongest Man, 80 kilo men, 64 kilo women, put on by Strongman Corporation here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We are moving on to event 2, familiar one, deadlift for reps. We're going to ask our athletes to lift a pretty darn heavy deadlift as many times as they can in 60 seconds. We've got power lifters to our left, we've got bodybuilders to our right. Let's put on a little bit of a show for them here. We are starting with our women's class, our 64 kilogram women, and there is 365 pounds on the bar, 365 pounds. That is a heavy weight for a single, and we're gonna ask these ladies to do them as many times as possible in a minute. We're gonna start with our representative from South Carolina, Tiffany Martino. A couple more minutes, a couple more moments to get everything situated. We are off to the races. All right, Tiffany's coming out. 365 pounds on the bar. Again, she's got 60 seconds to get as many reps as possible. Event number 2. Our first event, deadlift for reps, 365 pounds, moving up for Tiffany. If you are walking by the Strongman area, come over and take a look. Successful attempt for Tiffany, awesome work. $365 on the bar. Next up, we've got Megan Muskian. If you're watching from home, thanks for joining us. Or another cup of coffee. Put us on the TV. £365 deadlifts for reps. Now we are moving. 365 pounds for reps. Already 2 in. Our athletes have 60 seconds to get as many reps as possible. Our athletes have 60 seconds. We've got time. Let's help Megan out a little bit. 365 pounds. We're gonna lock it out. Real close for that last, but a fantastic showing for Megan. 365-pound deadlift for reps. We're going to round out our 64-kilo category with Carly Oliveira. Coming over from Idaho, Carly is your current 64-kilo leader. Look at a whole position here. 365 pounds on the bar. Really good pace to start it out. Let's hear it for Carly. 365 pounds on the bar. All right. Carly Oliveira with 7 reps. Going to take the event with a commanding performance there. That's going to do it for our 64-kilo women. We're going to load a little bit more weight on the bar. How's 585 sound?
Well, it's not like I'm a judge. I'm not trying to sit down. That guy was ridiculous. Not my little guy. of the union guys said if I was your boss, I'd fire you. We were laughing, and he thought it was funny. He was president. I said, how old are you? I said, see, I didn't need a fucking fight if you wasn't fucking dance.
We are going to start off with Steve Coyne, our first taker for 585-pound deadlift for reps. If you're walking by the Strongman booth, come and take a look. You're going to see some insane weight moving. 585 for the 80-kilo class. All right, folks, Steve Coyne coming up to the bar. This, for our athletes, is approaching 3.5 times their body weight at time of weigh-ins. A single rep is nuts. We're going to ask them to do way more. And we are off for a commanding start for Steve here. Already a couple reps in the bank. And we are not slowing down. Taking a bit of a breather. Our athletes have 60 seconds to get as many reps as possible. Let's see a couple more from Steve here. Help him out. Steve hoping to squeak out just a little bit more. Let's see if we can get some more reps in. Awesome. Awesome showing from our first athlete in this class. 7 reps for Steve. Next up to the bar, we've got Bobby Stanley. No pun intended, but the bar has already been set extremely high. Can we beat 7 reps today? All right, folks, Bobby Stanley approaching the bar. And we are off. We are 3 reps in. Bobby is making this work methodically. Awesome. 4 reps for Bobby Stanley. The mark to beat sits at 7 reps. Cody Abel coming up next. Is he going to be the man to beat it? Got a lot of hype coming over from the powerlifter side. Let's hear it for the strongman here. 585 pounds on the bar for Cody Abel. We are off. Our athletes have 60 seconds. This is a heavy rep for a single. We are asking a lot. Oh, and the lockout. Awesome run by Cody Abel. But 7 still stands. If you're walking by, yep, 7 reps. 7 reps of a 585-pound deadlift for 80-kilo male competitors. Mason Cup with some real strong showings on the log clean and press. Looking to see if we can get close to that 7 number or above. Let's hear it for him, folks. Mason Cup approaching the bar. That is a fast-moving bar, ladies and gentlemen. Mason's getting to work. Already through 4. We have 60 seconds. Eight reps from Mason Cup. Looks like he had more in the tank. Seems like a strategic move to save some energy. But that is points on the board. Jake Reese, who we will call a world record attempter. 585 pounds on the bar for Jake. 8 reps, the mark to beat. Pacing real well to start. Let's see if we can keep that up. He's got a little bit more time. Help him out, folks. This is Jake Reese. That is going to do it for Jake. But another very strong showing with 6 reps. Last but not least, we are going to get your current leader, Aaron Talavera. 585 pounds in the bar. We're shooting for 8 or more. All right, folks, your final competitor on the deadlift here. We are good for our first rep, Aaron Talavera. Shooting to maintain that lead. athletes have 60 seconds for as many reps as possible at 585 pounds. Aaron Talavera rounding out the 80. Almost with that last rep. Let's hear it for him, folks. Aaron Talavera. Let's hear it for the rest of the 80-kilo men as well. That will conclude event 2, your deadlift for max reps. We're going to have our volunteers reset the Strongman stage here. Next up is our frame carry event. You're going to see some familiar looking implements. And we're going to task our athletes, who we've already asked a lot of. Let's do a couple more. We're going to talk about overall standings. We're going to take a couple minutes for our athletes to cool down and then warm back up to the frame carry. But let's talk about the overall standings so far. Looking to our 64-kilo women first. With the 64-kilo women, currently in third place, Tiffany Martino, representing South Carolina. Second place, Megan Muskian, out of Massachusetts. And at the top of the podium currently, Carly Oliveira from Idaho. 6 points. Moving over to our 80-kilo men after some grueling deadlifts, we've got a reordering here. Starting off the points, we've got Alexander Moy. Moving up the field, we've got Bobby Stanley out of Virginia, Cody Abel out of Pennsylvania. Fourth place, we've got Steve Coyne out of Florida, working his way up the leaderboard. Aaron Talavera representing California, starting the podium off with 10 points. Jake Reese, second place by half a point in North Carolina, hot on the heels of Mason Cup, your current event leader out of Iowa for your 80-kilo men. Folks, we are going to take about 10-15 minutes or so to clear the event ground, get set up for our frame carry. Our custom-made bridge frame carry that we're going to ask our athletes to traverse our course with carrying, not deadlifting. 400 pounds for the women, 560 pounds for the men. Folks at home, take a break. Keep the stream up. If you're watching live, go grab another free energy drink. We're probably up to 2 grams of caffeine in your system so far. Come back over here in about 10-15 minutes.
up there now. Kevin, Mike. Kevin. When they're warming up, just remind them don't pull by the things. Just, I'll tell them back here too, but if you see someone, just pull by that.
All right, folks, if you want to make your way over to the Strongman stage, we are just about finished with our warm-ups for event number 3 of America's Strongest Man, the 80-kilo men and your 64-kilo women, fighting for the title of America's Strongest Man and Woman. We're going to get kicked off with our third event pretty soon here, the frame carry. You might recognize these implements custom made for use in the region. We're going to ask our athletes to carry heavy weight down and back our course. For the women, 400 pounds. For the men, 560. Well over double body weight, pushing triple body weight for some of these athletes. And we want them to walk with it. We are getting our course set up, starting with our 64-kilogram women. £400 on our custom bridge implements.
Switch out lenses so much I get a little bit dust like all the time. Have you ever had to clean your bed? I put like a sponge on it once, but nothing will come off you because they get like a little specialized brush.
Yeah, not on this camera. My other camera, I did a lot of like outdoor shit.
Yeah, I had like legit sponge, nothing would come off.
Bob Duck just sent us over in 2 cases. If anyone wants them, they're right back there. I'm counting that as a he's such a... They literally go, give it out to your event if you're running live stream. Brother goes, oh yeah, I'll give it now. And the whole case is going out. In my case, they gave me...
All right, folks, welcome back. If you're watching at home on the live stream, stick with us. Thanks for hanging out with us so far this morning. We are coming at you live from the Pittsburgh Power and Fitness Festival, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Beautiful David L. Lawrence Convention Center here. We are starting with event number 3 of America's Strongest Man and Woman, the frame carry. We're going to get our 64-kilo women out here to start. Our first athlete is going to be Tiffany Martino. If you're walking past in the convention center, crack open what can you just got handed out. Stuff your t-shirts in the bag. Come on over to the stanchions here. 400 pounds on a frame. Carried back and forth by our 64-kilo women. All right, folks, let's hear it for Tiffany Martino, your first athlete to start our frame carry, 400 pounds on this custom-made bridge implement. Martino. Ready to get started. 400 pounds on this frame. Going to go down and back. The course is 30 feet. Down, 30 feet back. We're asking our athletes to go as quickly as possible from one end to the other and then back again. Keep in mind, folks, this is 400 pounds that she's just taking a stroll with. We are shooting for time here. So your athlete to complete this course the fastest is going to get the most points. It's hard to take 400 pounds down. It's another thing to take it back. But in America's Strongest Man, we're going to ask him to do all of that twice. A great run from Tiffany here. 3 lengths of the course. We're going to have our volunteers reset the course ever so slightly for our second competitor.
Am I counting that as 30
Coming out of Massachusetts, Megan Muski is going to give the course a shot. Just for the visual, I want everybody to see 2 large men resetting this implement, and we're asking our 64-kilo women to take it down and back twice. It's really heavy. Strongman, it's really heavy. 400 pounds for Megan. Let's hear it, folks. Really solid start to the run here. We are down. And we are back. Let's do it again. 400 pounds. Now that is a frame carry. Let's hear it for Megan Muski. 400 pounds down and back twice. Taking it for a jog. Check out the 64-kilo women. We've got Carly Oliveira coming out, your current leader for the 64-kilo women. Megan set a pretty blistering pace. Let's see if Carly can beat it. Got a race on our hands, folks. Help her finish it out. Last couple feet. Oh, that's gonna be close. We are going to confirm times with our judges. Load the implement. We are resetting for our men's 80-kilo class. We're going to ask our guys to carry 560 pounds on this frame. If you're watching from home, if you're watching the convention center, this is a long implement. It is not as straightforward as a farmer's carry. It's not the same as a frame carry. This thing moves. For for those watching at home, Charlie Oliveira is going to take the frame carry with fractions of seconds dividing the two runs. This is how close it is at the top, folks. We're ready to get our 80 kilo men started pretty soon here. We've got 565 pounds on the bar. Bobby Stanley is going to be our first athlete taking his try at the course. As a reminder, we're asking our athletes to take this frame down and back, a 30 feet course, twice. Why not? With a shorter course, you have to make different decisions on where you accelerate, how you best transition the turn. All right, folks, Bobby is off. Let's hear it for him. Finished with our first segment here. The athletes do have to take the implement over the red lines that you'll see on the floor. Back for our second lap with Bobby here. These are the strongest men in America, folks, taking almost 600 pounds for a start. That's your groceries, your neighbor's groceries, the rest of the block's groceries. Let's hear for Bobby with a great run for our first athlete to take on the frame carry, the 80 kilo men. Our lovely volunteers are going to reset the implement in preparation for Cody Abel. Cody is going to come out and give this a shot. Cody is off, folks. Let's get it started. Our first turn, pretty quick. And that is going to be the mark to beat for Cody Abel. Showing that strongmen are not just built for static strength. This is speed. Establishing the mark to beat. Our judges are confirming, but looking to be around the 25-second mark. 25 seconds. Steve Coyne is going to be your next taker. Just a stroll around the block, 560 pounds in your hands. Let's see it, Steve. Making a good starting case, a real smooth first lap.
Are you ready?
Making consistent work at this implement. We've got one more length to go. 4 feet. Right, Steve. A solid run from Steve Coy. We're going to toss it over to Aaron Talavera. Still looking to beat that roughly 25-second mark. Next we've got Aaron Talavera. Coming all the way over from California. Let's see if we can get a new course record on this frame carry. Our athletes are not allowed straps for this 565-pound implement. Sheer grip. And Aaron is off. This is heavy enough just to deadlift, but to ask to carry it. Our athletes showing why they are competing for the title of America's Strongest Man. About halfway done with the course. Aaron collected himself. The last length here. Let's hear it for Aaron. Give us some energy.
Second, 5, 4.
That is going to be it for Aaron. We're going to reset the course. Reminder for the folks at home, this is for time. So taking the frame down and back twice. Fastest wins. If you don't complete it, it's measured on distance traveled, total distance traveled.
Feeling good? Yeah. He's got a really nice song. I like him a lot. Has he changed his son since he became a world champion twice? He's always great. No, so it's hilarious. So how I first met Mason, my college training partner, my best friend in college, moved to Missouri and became best friends with Mason.
If you are watching it at home, we have five large men resetting this frame. And we are asking our 80-kilo athletes to move it themselves. Jake Reese climbing up the leaderboard here. Jake Reese is going to be your second to last attempt at the frame carry. 25-ish seconds to mark to beat. Let's see what kind of work we can do. It's a real good start from Jake. Let's see if he can keep that pace up. He's making the turn.
Come on, Jake! Come on, Jake! Yeah! Come on, Jake! Let's go, baby! Come on!
Stretch for Jake.
Come on! Unbroken! Let's go! Strong it together! Come on! Come on! Fight!
Or feet.
Come on, Jake! Come on!
Forearms are burning. The brain is on fire. Just a couple more feet to finish it out.
Come on!
Let's hear it for Jake Reese. Our final athlete taking on the frame carry, 565 pounds on this beautiful custom-made bridge implement here. Mason Cup.
Mason, the last one.
Mason Cup with a commanding 8 reps on the deadlift event. The strength to pull it is not a question. How fast can Mason move with it? We've got 25-ish seconds, the mark to beat. Mason trying to hold on to that top spot.
Be ready, start!
The answer is yes, he can move quick. This is going to be close, folks. Mason is moving. Let's hear it, folks. Mason is your last competitor on the frame carry. Let's help him finish it out. Woo! It's going to do it for your 80-kilo men. Mason Cup with another blistering pace on the frame carry. 23.5 seconds for Mason. Awesome showing from our 80-kilo men. We're going to take a couple minutes to reset the field once more. We've got our 4th event coming at you from America's Strongest Man here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Who showed up as Mason won that event? Went up to the news, asking for someone to interview. I said, interview the door-to-door honest guy that's great and everything.
What's our next one?
We are going to give the volunteers a chance to rehydrate, get fed, give our athletes a chance to reset, warm back up. Your next event is going to be the Keg Load Over Bar with these beautiful custom kegs that have been made to represent the area. If you're watching on the live stream, stick with us, keep us on in the background. If you're in the convention center, swing back around in about 10-15 minutes or so.
And then, yeah.
Yeah, they're over there.
Trying to prohibit someone from stealing our stuff. News walked in and Mason won the event. Alright, so I said take the door to us.
Who's here? Starting at 12:30.
Starting Keg Over Bar at 12:30. Yeah, that's awesome. That's Okay. Give me my tendies. He's a fucking get the lower. Morgan, can I get some tendies?
He told me you doctor.
I didn't hear it yet. Huh? It's okay if there's not.
There's a lot of them.
What's all big? Wait, he probably did. He said that. Okay. Dante, did you have two? Okay. You have tendies?
Watch it, look at it. It's Tracy's full red. Not too bad.
That was really cool. This will be, he won national tournament. He's the first guy to unify himself. He's a lifetime man.
Me too.
But so the best thing in my training partner is college. We've got a new power rating. I look him up at some presentation. Mason and I both go out of Strongman together. I was a huge off when my 3 years together. Yeah, first. I've done it every year. Oh, okay. Yeah, every year they've ever had it. Oh, why? It's never been cool.
What was the one that they held in the first one?
I'm not allowed to do anything with the local. Just the bullshit. Anytime I pro. Anytime I do a show, I have to do. Yeah, this is the third ever thing. I've done the first one. Fort Lauderdale, Dallas, now Pittsburgh. But I'd advocate that. they're like, we're going. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, now we're like, yeah, in the ring. Oh, now. Thank you. I'm finally official, James. First time ever. Nice.
Must be nice.
I've actually been on Sunday, my first ever show.
I brought it home.
Really good. I never asked you so far back. Do as I say, not as I do.
Josh, do you think I really care though? That's the real question.
Oh my god. Dion asked me what size shirt I was. I said large. He sent me a USL Strongman Corporation weird like basketball t-shirt with long sleeves. Yeah. And I had to wear a hoodie every time I went to the snow so it would fit. I'm throwing chat right now because I want the Strongman Corporation shirt. Our website has like a bunch of little chains. What else would I just go to my Thanks. Took 8 years of service. Are you ready whenever? Are you ready? Someone? I'm like, hey, just keep walking. What do you think?
All right, folks, welcome back to America's Strongest Man. We're about to start our fourth event here, our Keg Over Bar. If you're joining us on the live stream, thanks for hanging out with us today. Beautiful day here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, celebrating these two classes of athletes that are putting on extremely impressive performances. So we are going to get started with our fourth event pretty soon here, the Keg Load Over Bar. Starting with our 64-kilo women, we have a 200-pound keg. 200-pound keg that we're asking these folks to hoist over a bar. Not once, but as many times as they can do it. So if you're walking around the convention center and you want to see a show, we're about to get started here with America's Strongest Man and Woman. We've got our judges set, we've got our volunteers in place. Tiffany Martino is going to be your first representative of the 64 kilo women, starting with the Keg Over Bar event. 64 kilo women. These kegs are well over their body weight, and we are asking them to put over the bar as many times as possible. Give a last minute briefing on the rest of the rules. We are about to get started. Tiffany Martino starting us off with the Keg Over Bar. And we have got our first rep of the Keg Over Bar. Folks, this is a 48-inch bar that we're asking our athletes to load over. This is a heavy, awkward implement. We're asking them to pull it up to their lap, over the bar. It's a hard weight to deadlift, much less get it over the bar. Let's hear it for Tiffany. We've got 60 seconds with this event. Let's see if we can get one more rep on it. All right, a great first effort. 200 pounds is no joke. So nothing to sneeze at here. We're going to get our next competitor out, Megan Muskian. Taking a shot at the 200-pound Keg Over Bar.
Start.
200 pounds on the way. An easy first rep. Auditioning for World's Strongest Barbacks over here. 200 pounds going over a 48-inch bar. 2 reps. Commanding start. All right, folks, we've got a show. Great finish on the last keg there. You're going to see a lot of different ways to load these kegs today. Opting for a high pick. Needs a big, tall extension. Awesome performance from Megan. 5 reps. Now the mark to beat. Rounding out the women's 64 kilo division, Carly Oliveira, your current leader. Carly looking to stay on top of the podium. An explosive start, clearing that 48 inches with ease. Let's see if we can keep that pace up. Athletes have 60 seconds to complete as many kegs over bar as possible. This requires strength, absolutely, but coordination and work capacity. These athletes are not just statically strong. This is usable, functional strength. For Carly Oliveira, 6 reps. staying on top of that leaderboard. All right, we're going to transition to our 80-kilogram men. Nice and quick. We've got Alexander Moy coming back out. A little heavier keg. 300 pounds for the keg. But we are also moving the bar up. Heavier athletes, taller athletes, in most cases, 300-pound keg. We're asking them to hoist it over a 52-inch bar. If you're just joining us, this is America's Strongest Man, our 80 kilo men and 64 kilo women. The top athletes in this weight class from around America. Coming to get the title of America's Strongest Man or Woman. Right here in Pittsburgh. Got our volunteers resetting the implement that we're loading over. Increasing the height if you're just coming over in the convention side from the bodybuilding competition. Come on over and grab a spot. We're going to see some feats of strength. Humans lifting almost double their body weight in a keg. Awkward implement over a 52-inch bar.
I got it right here. Let me just confirm.
All right, we're going to get started with our 80 kilo men. 300-pound keg. We got Alexander Moy kicking us off. 300 pounds going up. Awesome. First successful rep for Alex. Gathering it up in the lap. A great, solid load. Alex looking to kick us off in his 82 kilo class with a strong mark to beat. He's closing in on double these athletes' body weights in a very awkward, painful implement. Awesome. Let's hear it for him. Alexander Moy. 4 reps. Setting the bar pretty high to start. Next athlete going to take on this keg is going to be Bobby Stanley. 4 reps, the mark to beat. 300 pounds in the keg. Bobby getting himself situated, about to take on this 300-pound keg. Let's hear it for him. 300 pounds, this is anything but comfortable. Let's see him go to work. Here for Bobby. We're going to keep rolling here. Aaron Talavera next up to take on this 300-pound keg. Aaron showing some great performance of log clean and press. There are some carryovers, so let's see how Aaron performs. Great first rep. Remember, 4 is the mark to beat so far. Aaron's got 60 seconds to get as many reps as possible. What a recovery for a second rep. Let's keep it going. Great extension on these keg loads. We've got 4. We have matched the mark to beat. Let's see if we can set a new standard. This keg is taking no prisoners. Let's hear it for Aaron. 4 reps, matching the top spot. We've got our next athlete coming up, Cody Abel. Cody Abel looking to move up that leaderboard. We've seen 4 300-pound keg. Solid first extension from Cody. Our athletes have 60 seconds to complete as many reps as possible here. Work capacity is the name of the game. Our athletes have already been through 3 grueling events. This is no exception. Still got time for more. Let's hear it for Cody. Next up, we've got Steve Coyne coming for you. Mark to beat, that 4-rep mark. Being pretty stubborn. Let's see if Steve's going to be the one to break it. 300 pounds in a keg, awkward shape, painful to hold. Brutal to load. Solid reps in from Steve. You're going to see a lot of different ways to load this keg. There is no right way to do it. It is athlete dependent. Preference on hand placement, load style, extension level. Good start from Steve here. It's over, Steve. With just a couple seconds left on the clock, the new mark to beat. Steve Coyne trying to make his case to move up that podium. But not if this man's got something to say about it. Jake Reese. Jake Reese is off to the races. Some solid performances coming out of Jake. Let's see if he can match or beat 5 reps. Got a really solid pace to start the run here for Jake. Really nice extension on those kegs. 5 reps to tie the event lead, 6 to beat it and stand alone. Awesome, Sharon. 5 seems to be the new mark to beat. 5 reps coming for Steve and Jake in those respective podium spots here. All right, folks, so round out your 80-kilo men, America's Strongest Men competitors for your 4th event, the Keg Load Over Bar, Mason Cup, your current event leader, your current competition leader. 5 reps, the mark to beat. 5 reps to tie it and split points, 6 reps, the maximum amount. Two reps up and over for Mason. Mason looking like he's gaining momentum as he's going here.
Come on, Mason.
These extensions are moving quick. Let's see what Mason's got left in him. We've got a couple seconds left here, folks. Let's hear it for Mason Cup. Fantastic work. 6 reps for Mason Cup, taking that sole leader spot in the Keg Load Over Bar. That is going to do it for event number 4 of America's Strongest Men and Women, the Keg Load Over Bar. All right, folks, we're going to have our volunteers who have just been busting their butts the entire weekend reset the field here. Got 2 more events coming for you. Our 5th event, the Sandstone Load into Power Stairs. If you hear that and go, what the heck is he talking about? You're just going to have to come see. Keep the live stream up. Stop back by the Strongman Corporation stage. You can't miss it. Over here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Power and Fitness Festival. Going to take a short break to reset, give the athletes a chance to recuperate, and then we will be right back at it.
James, I'll take that. I didn't get to finish eating. Just this.
Josh, like, don't take my chicken away. Don't
Yeah, I
take my
didn't get
chicken
to
away.
eat.
What's our next deal?
Power stairs. You guys can just move over that wall. Go up and down.
There'll be like stairs right here and then
Power stairs will start at 1:02 p.m. Power stairs at 1:02 p.m.
James, what's better? Towards the crowd loading or kind of sideways so they can see it? Sideways. I can see it. Sideways and out. Yeah. So I think with the post, right when the shoulders look loaded is this way, lighter bag, heavier bag, and then lighter apparatus, heavier, lighter apparatus, heavier
downstairs. First thing we need to lift up the front, put the cart under it. Downstairs. Just go downstairs, go to the side. Lift up the cart. 1, 2, 3. Where are we putting this thing? Where's it going? We're pulling it this way. It's pretty much there we go. Loading.
It's pretty much easier. It's like
I've got to stop. I've got to stop.
All right, folks, we are about to get started with our 5th event of America's Strongest Man and Woman. Broadcasting live from the Pittsburgh Power and Fitness Festival in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the beautiful David L. Lawrence Convention Center. We're about to get into event 5, the Sandstone Load into Power Stairs. If you want to know what that is, stop over and take a look. I know there's a lot of stuff going on in the convention center, but we've got caffeine all over the place. Grab a spot and watch some incredible feats of strength here. We're going to get started with our first athlete in the 64 kilo women's class, our Sandstone Load into Power Stairs, Tiffany Martino. We're going to ask our athletes for this 5th event to do some just wacky things. We have 2 sandbag load over bar into power stairs, and you'll see an example of what that is in a moment here. We're going to watch Tiffany get on her way. Successful first load of the first implement, that is a sandstone bag. A sandbag shaped spherically like an Alice stone. Brutal when filled. And of course it is for America's Strongest Man and Woman. Tiffany's working on her second sandbag here. This one is 200 pounds. Let's give her some energy here. Let's hear it for Tiffany Martino. If you are just joining us, this is our 5th event here at America's Strongest Man. This is our Sandstone Load into Power Stairs. Megan Muskian, next up to tackle this event. Megan is off. This first sandbag is spherical, very difficult to hold. 176 pounds. Megan loading the first one over the bar. 200 pounds for the second sandbag. Well over body weight for all of these athletes. This is 200 pounds of dead, awkward weight. There's no better way to say it. It's floppy. It's difficult to manage. Our athletes have 60 seconds to complete this course. Let's hear it for Megan. Rounding out the 64 kilo class, your current overall leader, Carly Oliveira. Let's see if we can get to some power stairs here today. Your final 64 kilo lifter. Carly throwing the first sandbag over the bar. 200 pounds to the lap and over the bar. We're going to see our first attempts here at the power stairs. Power stairs, a fan favorite. We are tasking our athletes to pull 2 heavy implements with a narrow grip. Up 12-inch stairs, hop up to the next step. Let's do it 8 times. And with your first full completion, Carly Oliveira With some flourish to finish it off. Awesome. Let's hear it for the 64 kilo women. What a performance. We are getting our implements reset here. We are loading them heavier. We've got the 80 kilo men coming back out. We're raising the bar, adding more weight. While we're resetting, a huge shout out to all the folks volunteering their time this weekend. If you're just joining us for today, this group has already put on an entire show yesterday, Pittsburgh's Strongest Man and Woman. If you volunteered at your show, you know that it's no easy feat. If you haven't, highly recommend it. You get to learn a lot, help out the community. Alright folks, we are about to get started with our 80 kilo men with the sandbag load into power stairs, your 5th event here at America's Strongest Man. Alexander Moy, the first lucky man to take on this implement. Alex is off. First implement is a 220-pound spherical sandbag packed to the brim. Making quick work out of the first. The second one weighs 265 pounds. Alex made his way through the sandbag stones. Looking to get his first rep on the power stairs here. Just about done with the first implement on the power stairs. If you are unfamiliar, let's give Alex a hand. Competing on 1.5 legs. Showed some amazing fight. We're going to reset the implements. Let's talk about these power stairs a little bit. For our 80 kilo men, the first one is 375 pounds. 375 pounds. You see a nice stack of these beautiful weighted out 45-pound plates. 375 pounds is pretty heavy deadlift. We're asking them to do it with an extremely narrow grip. Up stairs. First implement is 375 pounds. Second one is 420. And these lucky boys get to do it 8 times. Next up for the course is Bobby Stanley. Making sure every implement is to his liking. And we are off. Through the sandstone bags. Bobby's done with his first set of power stairs. Let's see this 420 move. Last step, we've got just about finished. Gotta make sure it's all up there. All right. Let's hear it for Bobby Stanley. We're going to get our next competitor up into space. Keep in mind that this is the fifth event in America's Strongest Man. These athletes have deadlifted. They have cleaned and pressed a log, carried frames, loaded kegs. We were saying they are not done yet. Aaron Talavera, coming out of California, is going to be our next competitor. Folks, Aaron is off with a quick handling with that 220-pound spherical sandbag. 265, same deal. £375 up the first 4 steps. 420 in the hands now. It's one thing to deadlift this much weight, it's another to bring it upstairs with you. Eric's gonna call it here. Let's hear it for him. Both bags, 4 steps. We are creeping our way up the leaderboard. Fighting for contention here. Our next competitor is going to be Cody Abel, representing the 80 kilo class. If you're just walking past, Cody is about to take on a 220-pound spherical sandbag, a 265-pound spherical sandbag, and then 2 loading pins, each weighing multiple times of his own body weight.
folks, we are about to get started with Cody Abel. First sandbag, easy work. 265 going now. Great extension. Let's see him move onto the stairs. Cody Abel leapfrogging his way up the stairs, hoping to jump ahead in the point standing. That is going to be a tough mark to beat. Let's hear it for Cody Abel. Tough mark to beat, but we've got 3 more athletes aiming to do just that. We're about to see our current podium athletes take on our Sandstone Load into Power Stairs course. Steve Coyne, the next lucky contestant here, getting his hands on all the implements, making sure he likes how they're positioned. Highly recommend. Any aspiring competitors out there, take the time you need. Steve Coyne. And we are off. Steve making the sandbags look like just a hindrance. Onto the power stairs, hopping up. 375 pounds on this first loading pin. Still got plenty of time, a great pace. Our athletes have to get the implement all the way on that top stair, all the way over, no overhang. It's the last deadlift. Let's hear it for him. Steve Coyne. We'll see what our official timers say, but that is going to be tough to beat as well. Steve Coyne looking like your new event leader by fractions of seconds. Fractions of seconds. That's the difference here at the top. This is America's Strongest Man for a reason. But our final 2 competitors probably have some opinions. We're going to see Jake Reese looking to make his way further up the leaderboard, currently 2nd place. Jake Reese, let's hear it for him. Again, just making the sandbags look like an inconvenience on his way to the power stairs. A great start for Jake Reese. Jake getting started on the 2nd of the 2 power stairs loading pins. 420 pounds on this loading bin. All right, let's hear it for Jake. Successful completion, a great speed. Big Reese with an incredibly competitive time. We've got Mason Cup. A couple event wins under his belt already. Looking to add one more to the loop. Mason Cup, your current overall leader, taking on the Sandstone Load into power stairs. Let's hear it for him, folks. Mason Cup.
Come on, Mason!
Once again, just an inconvenience to get to the power stairs. Some great pacing with the first implement. 420 pounds on the second. Last couple steps. Gotta make sure it's all the way on, and there it is. Mason Cup. All right, folks, that's gonna do it for the Sandstone Load into power stairs for America's Strongest Man. That is our 5th event. We are headed into the final, our American Shield carry. We are going to take a couple minutes to reset the stage. These power stairs are not exactly light, but thank you to the volunteers helping out. They've been helping out all weekend, making the show look as smooth as possible.
Say good. We're stopping by time. So
we're going to take a couple minutes to both reset the stage and give our athletes a couple minutes to cool down from that event and then warm up for the next one. But stay tuned. If you're on the live stream, keep it on in the background. Open another tab and do whatever the heck you want to do. If you're here at the convention center, go take another lap. We'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes or so. And we will see you soon.
right here each time. That's the eater right there. Okay, keep the eater. That's what I can do. Go get the stroller out.
some like sandy stuff around the track too. I don't know if you're worried about that or not.
All right, welcome back to America's Strongest Man. We are about to kick it off with the 6th and final event here. It has been a grueling day for these athletes, our 80 kilo men, our 64 kilo women. We're going to ask them to do one more thing for us. America's Strongest Man would not be complete without the American Shield carry. We're going to get some shots of it. If you are making your way around the convention center, stop by the Strongman stage. You cannot miss it. We're about to have our final event. This is going to determine placings. This is going to determine who is going to be your America's Strongest Man and women. So we're going to kick it off with the 64 kilo women, the American Shield carry, 225 pounds in this awkward apparatus. We're asking them to walk in a big circle. Easier said than done. Strongman competitions, easy in concept, insane in execution. So Tiffany Martino is going to be our first competitor coming out of South Carolina, leaving it all out on the floor.
How do you want to place?
Nothing left to save any energy for. We are asking our athletes to carry this apparatus in a loop around the flag. Score is going to be how much distance they travel. These flags are 35 feet apart. We are going to go until we drop. All right, let's hear it for Tiffany Martino, our first athlete taking on the American Shield carry.
Get it, you got it, go! Put your legs into it, come on! Get it up, take a couple steps. You got this! Come on, you got this, lean back with it, lean back!
There we are. Let's hear it for Tiffany. Let's hear her take a couple steps here. 225 pounds in one of the most awkward implements you'll ever have to carry. Well over body weight, taking as many steps as possible here. Tiffany making her first turn. She's got her grip and she is moving. And there it goes. Let's hear it for Tiffany Martino. Second in the 64 kilo women's division to take on the American Shield carry. We've got Megan Muskian. Representing Massachusetts, taking on the 6th and final event. Megan getting her hand hold. Shield is up. We're out for the stroll. These athletes feed off your energy, folks. Let's hear it for Megan. Let's see how far she can get. Going to make the turn around the flag. Every step counts here. What a run. A full length for Megan Muskin. Rounding out our American Shield Carry event and rounding out the day for the 64 kilo women. Coming out of Idaho, we've got Carly Oliveira. Yes, it does take 3 men to reset this implement, and we are asking our athletes to do it all by themselves. Rounding out the day to put a cap on an impressive performance, Carly Oliveira. Shield is up, and we are off. And we are off. Carly's about to start her second lap. This is the caliber of athletes we have here, folks. This is America's strongest men and women. She does not need to go this far, but you know she's going to anyway. We're here to put on a show. Carly's got a great rhythm and a great breath pattern going. Making another turn. And she's done it. Carly Oliveira. Let's hear it for her. What a show. All right, we figured that wasn't enough weight, so we're going to crank it up to 80 kilo men. 350 pounds getting loaded in our American Shield implement. It has been a difficult day of 5 grueling events, testing absolutely every aspect of strength here for these competitors. We're asking them to leave it all out there for the last event. Folks, we're down to the last stage of America's Strongest Man here. We've got Alexander Moy representing the first of the 80 kilogram men. 350 pounds in this shield. Shield is up. Alex is finding his grip. And we are off. Alex making his first turn, pacing real well. .350 pounds shoving down on your chest, your lungs, fighting its way out of your arms. What a run. Let's hear it for Alex. What an event and what a great day from him. Just want to take every opportunity to thank our volunteers here. They've been working tirelessly throughout the weekend, not only setting up, tearing down, resetting implements, changing weights. That is a hard job, and we thank them for their time. I'd be remiss to not point out that it takes several men in a dolly to reset this implement. We're asking our athletes to pick it up and carry it. And that next man is Bobby Stanley. Coming out of Virginia. Taking on this last event.
Don't wait for me to just go. Be walking with them.
Bobby's got the shield up. He's working it up his chest. He's got it in his spot he likes, and he is moving. Making that first turn is the biggest mental hurdle. Now we can see how long he can hold on. There's nothing left this weekend to save energy for. Let's see how far we can get. Let's help him out too. Bobby. All right. Let's hear it for Bobby Stanley. A great showing and a great performance on the day. Alex set a pretty high bar for these guys to walk past. For the next athlete taking on that challenge is going to be Aaron Talavera from California.
Go.
350 pounds. Let's hear it for Aaron Talavera. Living to fight another day. It can be strongman and smart man. Looking to make his way up the leaderboard with the last couple points left to scrap together. Cody Abel. Cody Abel looking to represent Pennsylvania for America's Strongest Man. Cody's got the implement up, working his way up the chest, finding his grip. And we are off. First couple steps, finding a groove. It's time to go to work. Cody's got nothing left to save this energy for. Let's see him keep moving. Help him out. Run. Let's hear it for Cody Abel. We are down to our last few athletes. This is your current podium. All right, we've got the implement reset. Steve Coyne out of Florida, next to take on the American Shield carry. There is not a ton of space separating these couple positions. Got it up into the lap, and he is on the move. Steve working through his first length here, making the turn. Smooth and steady. Awesome showing from Steve. Let's hear for Steve Coyne. We are just about ready for our second to last competitor of the day. America's strongest man and woman, 80 kilo, 64 kilo. Coming out of North Carolina, we've got Jake Reese. $350 pounds is up and on the move. Pacing well and moving well. Jake looking to keep his hold. Come on, Jake! Come on! Showing any signs of slowing down. This is a great looking run so far from Jake. Let's see how far we can get here. Come on, lungs starting to burn. Grip starting to give out every single step. Awesome performance. Let's hear it for Jake Reese. All right, folks, we are on to our last competitor of the day. Sixth and final event, the American Shield Carry, 350 pounds in our custom-made implement. Mason Cup, stepping up to the implement out of Iowa. Mason's got the shield up. Mason with a commanding last few events. Looking to put an exclamation point on the weekend here. He is speeding up. Mason is not happy with just a few handful of event wins. He wants one more. Making good time. Mason well with the breathing. What a day for Mason Cup. Could not be caught on the last event. That is going to do it for your sixth and final event here at America's Strongest Man, 80 kilo men, 64 kilo women. We are going to get things reset. I think we are going to move on to the final scoring tabulations. And we are going to hand out some awards and name America's Strongest Man and Woman.
Good job, Micah. Squat. Do some squats. Whoa. No lift. Do a squat. Put on your back and do a squat. Micah, put on your back. Squat. Squat.
We got jump squats too.
I thought you were trying to. Not moving those pouches. tell me where you want to hurry up. Let me know.
You guys play that much fun. I want to come play with you guys sometime. So, good job.
Oh, okay. I'll wait.
He's still printing things.
He wants the name of everyone. That's awesome. Just get a print. That's pretty cool though. Oh, man. How many shirts did you get? I probably do have change. Let me see my camera. Does anyone have change? What? Do you have change? Do you have change for cash? I'll get it to you. I will.
What do I get?
What else you got? Oh, 20, no 20, I need that 22.
This random guy wanted one.
Danny had a dress on.
Drive.
to the women's shirts. All right, everyone, we're going to give out our awards for America's Strongest Man and Woman 80 and 64 kilo. So we're going to start with our women competitors. In third place, from Avengers Assemble, South Carolina, we have Tiffany Martino. In second place, from Massachusetts, we have Megan Muskian. And America's Strongest Woman 2026 from Idaho, we have Carly Oliveira. One more time for our ladies. All right, your podium for under 64 kilo, America's Strongest Woman. I didn't want to say it, and then you looked at me like...
I usually double check my notes and stuff.
So I would go 6, 5, 4, 7. We're going to announce our 80 kilo men. In 7th place from Rhode Island, competing with a broken leg literally today, Alexander Moy. In 6th place from Virginia, we have Bobby Stanley. In 5th place, from California, we have Aaron Talavera. In 4th place, from Pennsylvania and Virginia, we have Cody Abel. All right, now our top 3, our podium from ASM 80s. New strongman, new professional strongman from Florida, Steve Coyne.
Yes, Steve!
In second place, from North Carolina, a new pro strongman, Jake Reese. And from Iowa, your 2026 America's Strongest Man. Give it up for Mason Cup. All right, everyone, your 2026 80 kilo America's Strongest Man. Give it up for him. Thank you, guys. Everyone that came out, helped, watched, everything. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Josh.